we go. That's really weird. I was wondering why it wasn't, because it wasn't muted on here, and it wasn't muted on OBS, but it looks like somehow the default mic for the system changed, and because the source is under default, it went with something else. That's very strange. Well, it's working now. But yeah, that's very weird. That shouldn't have happened. I was like, oh, did I do something stupid like leave the button on? No, that's not what it was. Weird. All right, so I guess let me go over everything I was saying before. I'm celebrating tonight. I can't reveal why yet. Hopefully I will in the near future, but it was a good day. We have new emotes. We are, for you, those of you that don't know, we're not going to be restreaming anymore in the near future. We're going to break the YouTube and the Twitch channels off separately. They're going to be doing their own separate streams. And then we'll become affiliated on Twitch as well. So I wanted the YouTube emote collection to more accurately reflect what goes on YouTube, which is going to be more of the Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa, stuff like that. And then Twitch will have, the Twitch side will have more of the speed running and you know, the other stuff. So the Mega Man stuff's going to be moved over there. Glad Hands moved over there, you know, stuff like that. So we have Emma, Smug Emma, Edgeworth Logic, and what's the third one? Can't remember the third one. Oh, Edgeworth Judgment, which is me as Edgeworth judging Pose. So how are you guys doing? I wish the judge was retiring. Yeah, JMT told me earlier that he gave me a heads up that YouTube was being really ridiculous today. I was having trouble just scheduling the stream earlier, but that was back at like 7-ish. So I guess just recently it kind of fixed itself. That's good, because if you're going to snipe, you almost have to be able to do that. I guess the marksman rifles are really good for that, though, because they're so fast. Compared to, like, if you use, like, Tundra is really slow, right? That new one's really slow. So being able to get the ones where like, the Pellington's a lot faster. Pretty good with that. Twain. Question for you guys. A couple of people have brought this up recently, and I hadn't really considered doing this until now, but do you guys want a video essay review of all the games when I'm done with them? Like, is that something you're interested in, or do you think you get enough of a review in the actual playthrough? The benefit of doing the essay review is I'll be able to give more complete thoughts after also reviewing the game again, as opposed to just like the blind reaction. You got attacked by stairs. You gotta watch out for the stairs, man. Ultimate stairs. Yeah, the car is so good, dude. Car's so good right now. Yeah, more hindsight. I can break down each case a little better. Because, like, we did that in the tier list, but that's more of like a stream off the cup sort of thing, as opposed to like a scripted essay, like a video essay. Which I guess would probably be really interesting. I didn't think that would be something that people would want, considering they get how many hours of me just playing the game. But the views would probably differ slightly, I'm guessing. Yeah, we could do something like that too, instead of just tier lists, like a detailed top 10 favorite cases, top 10 worst cases, top 10 favorite characters, top 10 least favorite characters, and actually like go into it, like each character in a little more detail instead of like just the tier list. It does shoot faster. I mean, I guess in the actual multiplayer, it's probably fine. It's like the worst attack rifle in Warzone, but that's because with Warzone, right, you're not killing people immediately. You have to down them, then be able to kill them, and it just does not do enough damage, whereas the car does. But if you're playing in normal multiplayer, it doesn't really have that issue. You missed me be muted and talk for like 3 minutes without realizing it. Oh god, hope the cut isn't that deep. Yeah, YouTube's been... Oof. But yeah, okay. So that's something that I'll add to the list of stuff to do. I'm not going to prioritize doing that over the VOD cuts, because I want to get the VOD cuts like during this next month, like break that I'm going to have. I plan on catching up a lot. I'm hoping to get Trials and Tribulations done and Apollo Justice done by the time we start Investigations 2. So I'm going to be pushing that pretty hard. Am I? I don't think so. Unless, because Beth just asked how much she missed, right? Is that really far away? Least favorite characters, but the entire video is just a JPEG of the judge. Just a terrible JPEG. It's like stretched out too. So the streams on Twitch, I was gonna wait until at least we were done with Investigations before doing that, because I started the Investigations playthrough on Twitch. And then my plan right now is to stream on YouTube 3 times a week, and then at Twitch 2 times a week. YouTube will have sort of like these visual novels with like RPGs, stuff like that, and Twitch will have speedruns, COD, Genshin, sort of more the, not chill, because speedrun isn't chill, but like the stuff that I kind of do over and over again, since Twitch seems to reward that more when you do the same thing kind of over and over again, so that seems more suited to Twitch. Whereas this is much better for YouTube, especially since a lot of people like watching the VODs after the fact. We get way more of our views after the fact than during. So it just makes much more sense to leave these on YouTube. Hey Maxie, how's it going? How you doing this fine day, evening, morning, so on and so forth? Yeah, she is. We're trying to figure out what Fran emote to use in this Discord server. Fran Angry is one of the contenders right now. Yeah, Jesus. I mean, like, the perspective next to Edgeworth's head right now looks ridiculous, but that's because it's on a table. It's not like up against the wall or something like that. Beth, do you actually play Genshin? Or is that just a hilarious poke at me? Because if you do, we need to become Genshin friends. KY will probably stream solely on YouTube for now. Hey Nick, how's it going? Probably, just because I don't want to be introduced to any characters before they've actually been introduced in the game, right? Rand, we need to be friends too. You got Yanfei before the banner ended? That's awesome. Yo, what's up, Trep? So yeah, I hear Case 5 is almost as long as Rise from the Ashes. So when we get to Case 5, I am gonna start focusing a little more, just so you guys know, on getting through the actual case, because that's long. That's really long. So we're gonna get done with 4 today, and we'll see if we can start 5. No, it makes sense, because when you start really getting into it, it will take time away from you. Yo, what's up, Trep? I tried not to get into Genshin. Yeah, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be a problem if I get addicted. But let's try it out, and that was a mistake. It's a great game, love it, but it does consume a lot of my free time. It's eaten into my COD time considerably. The knife was definitely brought in somehow. It was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. Wait, didn't I save? Oh, no. Yeah, this is where we left off. Okay. No. He brought it as evidence. So do you just present the knife, or do you present the evidence itself? Oh. In his organizer, Mr. Faraday's... Alright, let's take a look at this again. Collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun Rel had on him, he's arrested, and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. It's been a long battle. Do I present the key? I need to see what Edgeworth said again. Okay. This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Both have the same handle. Oh, you flip it around! Ah. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. They do remind me of the knife. I kind of went like a mix of Edgeworth and Francisca there. It was weird. Need to get more members, Trep. Got to give the people what they want. And what they want is Emma and Edgeworth. Just get good, Fran. GG. Easy. What game is that, Beth? Hey, Lee, how's it going? Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you've finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible! Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let us examine the knife in a little more detail. What do they want me to... Oh, that's really up close. Boom. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place, the great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. And besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, God, please send old bag away for the rest of her life. I know that's not gonna be within like a month or something. Long live the queen. What is that? Hi guys. What's up, Tom? Is it like a strategy game, or is it like an MMO? Furio Tigre? Oh my god. Don't get me started. Where's Furio Tigre impersonating Edgeworth?
I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. I'm clever. I think... Did he want me to look at something else? Did I look at the envelope? Yeah, I don't think I looked at the envelope yet. Nook and cranny. Yeah, so is Hero. It's always the ones you hate, right? You'd have to play it to understand. Well, sounds interesting. Can't simply be explained like that. Strat management game, but with story and stuff. Stat management game, but with story and stuff. Is it like Fire Emblem or something like that? Or is it more of just like you handle the stats and it's like, not that it's text-based, but it's more like you don't make the individual actions. That's all done automated. That'd be kind of like League, isn't it? I honestly have never played League, so I have no idea. I might have just made myself seem like a complete asshole. All the credits I owe. Hey, you know what? I did not share on Discord. Hold on. I'm dumb. Yeah, Trep, we're gonna have to get that set up where it'll do it automatically, but only once we start doing the Twitch streams separately so that it doesn't ping people twice. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Macrell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rao was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera.
The Canopian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. The piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court.
A surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rao committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
What?
No, I dare not lick my duty. I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence is in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. Political simulation visual novel RPG? Oh my. That's a lot. Yeah, old bag when she was young. Hey, Stavrosecum. It's better than I expected. I still have some issues with it, but considering the way people were talking about it beforehand, I expected a worse game. And I think it's been perfectly acceptable so far. Although case 3 was case 3. Just not the worst case 3. Oh my god, but it needs to be natural, not something that you're like forcing. Okay, why we get those? Well, yeah, and I mean, that's a problem, because, like, apparently, if Investigations 2 is that amazing, it doesn't mean this game is bad. It can still be a good game and just not as good as its sequel, which is, you know, it's fine. That's Detective Bad, but who's he with? Oh, God. I've never seen that officer before. Okay, so I'm gonna have to really make sure these voices are distinguished. So, did you find it? No, not yet. I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. Actually wearing a suit? So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? Not gonna lie, his uniform looked kind of badass. So it's like Rise from the Ashes, where it's like, it could have been better if it was like cut in half. Yo, what's up, Possum? I don't know, were we ever told how old he was? Yeah, we're gonna be playing Investigations 2. Not right away, because we're gonna be playing Danganronpa V3 after this, but we will be playing Investigations too, yeah. Oh, they had the age in the profile. You could be right. This could be a worse version of Rise from the Ashes, which would be problematic. At least with Rise from the Ashes, that wasn't even in the game initially, and I think part of the reason they made it so long was to justify it being a standalone DLC. So I get it, even though I think it actively hurt the product. Here, my camera too. Here? I think that looks a little, maybe we'll see. So he was 27. We are thinking around 15, I think, Possum. Between 14 to 16. So we'll just say 15 to split the difference. Yes, so keep in mind, we're in Japan, in Japan here. Like, that's the basis, is Japan's legal system. So prosecutors get a lot more, leeway here. Also consider that in the United States, prosecutors don't even necessarily get assigned to the crime, the charge, until there is a charge. And by then, the crime scene might be open at that point, so then anybody can go look at it. So how it works, it's just a matter of it works very differently. And just from a practical standpoint, prosecutors here will rarely ever be assigned early enough to have the chance to see an active crime scene. Which is why you really need a good relationship between the police and the prosecutors, because the prosecutors rely a lot on the police then. Sorry, 15 to 16 total. So 5 to 6 more. 4 to 6 more. What was that all about, and who was that man just now? You know, I actually kind of, I don't know. I kind of like that they don't have just the same thing for every case. But I think it would have been cooler than if every case had something new. But I guess that's probably too much work. Like, case 3 had the recreation, and then this case would have a completely different gimmick to it, in addition to the walking and the logic. I mean, it makes sense that we wouldn't have the recreation here, right? Because we don't know about the technology until in the future. Just like, well, no, that's not. I was gonna say, just like Mia wouldn't have the Magatama, but actually she would, right? She just doesn't use it. It would be helpful if prosecutors were allowed to be on the scene. It's just that, again, with the way the process is set up here, they're not even assigned until, until later. These people know immediately when they're going to be on the case. Immediately. The crime happens, they already got the trial scheduled 2 days, 2 days from then. It's like... That's actually why I think they should be a lot more open to private investigator contracted help, so that they get more help because they need more help. I don't think anybody would deny that. I don't think they'd deny it. It's a manpower issue. It's not charged. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, they do have a lot more power in Japan. And are treated as such, too. People, they have a reverence for prosecutors in Japan, I guess. Here, I don't think people feel the same way about their local DAs. I mean, Apollo Justice's thing was his bracelet the whole time, right? That was like the main overarching gimmick. Isn't that the same thing you're worried about here, though, with prosecutors? Anyone other... Well, right, yeah. The PI or prosecutor. Like, Japan shows, I think, that it can work. People here just have a fucking control problem. Huge control problem. But yes, that is the concern, that they could fuck up and taint the crime scene. But I mean, police can do that too. As long as the prosecutors had training, what makes the police any more qualified than a prosecutor who would do it on a very consistent basis? I don't think there would be. I do like that he doesn't carry this suit still, but I do like it for like that point in time, right? Where he's still like under Manfred. Makes a lot of sense. That's also a good point that Tom brings up, because we see what corruption does here. Corruption's a huge problem in these games. Really big problem. Well, yeah, it's theoretical. If everyone worked honestly, then you wouldn't need it. But they don't, because people suck. I like that he keeps it, like, it's a keepsake, right? Like my first suit that I wore. Just as long as he's not actually wearing it still. Because, I mean, he needs to shed the Von Karma, you know. Well, I didn't realize they were both doing the same thing. Well, both their poses of it. Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. Okay, Joseph Joestar, relax. Next, you're gonna ask me, where's the surveillance video? Where's the surveillance video? Oh, is that Fran? That's in her and Edgeworth's names are so like similar in terms of their length that sometimes I can't tell when they switch between the two people. What do you want, kids? See, I imagine that's not even a mirror. I just imagine that it's like his favorite picture of himself inserted in there. And he just makes like the mirror motions so he doesn't look that conceited, although he still is, ironically. Oh, yeah, no, the suit's cool. It's just that once Edgeworth breaks himself away from like being under the Von Karma spell, so to speak, it shouldn't reflect as closely. A big watch. It's not even called a pocket watch, it's called like a hand grip watch. Looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Oh, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, that's the cover-up at least. Who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Changfa to study. He's Agent Lang.
Wouldn't it be Long then? I don't know why I just thought about that, but I probably should have noticed that earlier.
He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
Ooh, see, I think Gant has like the best drip out of everyone that's suited up. That fucking cross tie that he has is like so intimidating for some reason. Like if I saw somebody wear that in real life, I'd be like, is he like the president of the world or something? Because I feel like I should be kneeling before him. Yeah, we're talking about the best looking of the suits. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense, and I have no idea how somebody does that with like without using a separate long tie that they wrap like around themselves, or just like a big ass ribbon that matches the tie exactly. But it is, it's noticeable and it is intimidating. Oh yeah, I read this. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Vertically challenged. Earlier you were involved in lobby number 1 and now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
Yeah, Godot's vest is cool, but I actually like his Diego Armando's version of it. I think it's less to do with the color of the vest and more the color of the shirt that he has under the vest. The other one exudes more confidence and power, whereas the one he wears later is like kind of, it's almost, I don't want to say goofy, that's probably an exaggeration, but it's just kind of like, that's an interesting choice. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy, you'll see I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
No, actually. If our job is to catch the killer, then no. Please, we're asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid.
How's Lana's revoicing go? It's fine. It's people might be kind of disappointed because I did go with a more it's bland, but after what it was, I think bland is okay. As long as it makes it watchable, that's my primary concern. Yeah, I would agree with that. Especially, like, well, I mean, I guess his would be a little better because it's, like, shifting a little more towards blue, right? Yeah, I agree, Tom. I mean, it's fine. Don't wear red. You could wear that. Was it more of a cream? Would you call it a cream vest with the green shirt? You could keep that cream vest and use like he could have used like a black, and that I think that would have looked really cool. See, I think the vest is casual for any attorney. The fact that Apollo gets away with it blows my mind. I have never seen anyone get away with that. My partner wore a vest, but he never took his jacket off. It was just a three-piece suit. And I don't think he'd ever dare to take it. I think the only time he would ever potentially take it off is if he was in court for a very, very long day and he knew that the judge wouldn't have a big problem with it. I think he told me that he got berated for not having a belt once. Like, how would they even notice that? Like, he forgot it. He was late and he just ran and he forgot the belt. And then I think it was a belt. I don't have to ask him. No. I don't think it was a belt. I think it was a tie, which is much more noticeable. That would make a lot more sense. I'd still have to ask him. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm like, the tie probably makes more sense, right? I mean, maybe they do that because your court's a little less... I don't want to say it's more casual because that's not correct. It's not less formal. It's just more, just a little looser. At least when I've been at municipal hearings like the ones that you oversee. I mean, to be quite honest, I wouldn't trip either. If I were a judge, I would have a little concern for, as long as they're wearing a suit in some capacity. I wouldn't be hard up on them at all. Why does the jacket matter? Because old people think it matters. Because it's correct to them. There is no, like, objective reason why it matters. You're talking about one of the slowest to adapt professions in the entire world, at least in the US. Some people, now this, I cannot stress this enough because I don't want to feel like, I don't want you guys to think that I'm calling anybody specific out because I'm not. I don't think I've met somebody personally that has had a reaction to my hair, but like we're all encouraged, like, you know, keep your hair short, keep it lined, it's got to look all professional, because, you know, lest us Negroes grow our hair out just a tad and it gets out a little bit, suddenly we're worse attorneys. So I always thought it was badass that my partner went. He has long like rocker kind of hair. He always rocked his long hair. He didn't give a fuck about that. And I always respected that. The fact that there's so much placed on appearance is absolutely asinine to me. I think it has little to do with skill and competence. I mean, I've definitely missed a belt before, but nobody noticed because nobody was looking at my fucking crotch. Like, Jesus. Fair punishment. If you can keep your hair short, how can you keep If you can't keep your hair short, how can you keep the law? Like, yeah, because the length of my hair has anything to do with, yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's one of the more infuriating things. Yeah, I agree, Tom. And apparently, yet there are still others that I know. It's been much more, anecdotally speaking, from others that I know that have told me about it. It's much more of a problem with women for some reason than with men. Not that it isn't a problem for men, but I've heard many more complaints from women about it. No, it's not that women need to have short hair. But they want, like, if you're a woman and you have a fro, you might get called out for it. And it's bullshit. But if you had it all nice and straight, are you gonna, like, the same hair? You took the same hair and straightened it? You know the chances of you getting called out for it just plummet. Like, it's never, you're not gonna get called out for it then. I mean, the reason the rule exists, from my understanding, it's just a practical matter of, like, otherwise you could keep bringing the case, and maybe just another jury would find someone guilty, whereas the original jury did not, right? And so that would be a waste of it's a waste of resources to continually do that just to hope for a different result. It's a common law thing. I don't actually know its first instance, but I'm fairly sure it was a thing before. Like, I think it came from England. I don't think that was something that came up in the United States. Let me see. Common law jurisdictions that prevents an accused. History. Ancient protection of the common law against double jeopardy. Jesus Christ. Ancient? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to...
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where it came up. But stuff that's common law is generally something that, like, transferred over when they created the court system here. And because it's common law, it's not something that needed to be codified. Because it's the common law of the land. I agree, Creature. I don't understand it. That type of conformity, like forced conformity to me is ridiculous. More Swiss cheese than a coat. Yeah. $30 likes. Sorry for the credit spam. I feel like typing it in right now. The duh law. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at common law. I'm guessing if I click this, he's just gonna be like, I have nothing to say to you. I might have to present something? Detective Van, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Please look at it. I assure you it will make you laugh.
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible.
Looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife.
So let me ask you guys something. For the rise from the ashes, how much of photograph can I get in there without getting copyright claimed? De minimis use, but de minimis use can mean it's not super well defined. So I've been wondering, like I for those that haven't checked out the most recent Justice for All VOD vid, when Edgeworth came back, I started like humming the old Stone Cold Steve Austin Titantron theme. But before I started humming it, I like added the glass shatters sound effect from the song. And I'm like, man, I hope this doesn't get the entire video claimed. It's just the glass shattering. Because they probably took that from somebody else too. It didn't get claimed, but that was like a very short, like second and a half maybe clip. I think we talked about, well, I know I'm the lawyer, but that doesn't mean that YouTube actually always does the right thing. So it's more of like, in practice, maybe somebody would know better than I. In actual practice versus in theory. The problem with an Edgeworth game, I'm not sure if you mentioned this before, but like being on the side of the prosecution would not be nearly as fun because you're expected to win. The case should be so far in your favor. That's just not as interesting. $355 BC? Holy shit. Oh my god. That's impressive. No, you can't. If you can't get copyright claim for just singing a song, especially for a second. It's your own rendition. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. Let's just say nobody's gonna claim because you sing the song. Let's just put it that way. In actual practice, because technically as a part of copyright,
they have the right to public performance and can prevent any other public performance. But will they? You're just singing the song? No. Like, they would have to prove, I think that, I have to look back at this specifically, but I think they would have to prove that, like, the reason you brought it, like, people are coming to watch you perform the song. When I sing a song, nobody's coming here to watch me sing that song. Instead of watching, like, the real song, right? Like, going to a music video of it on YouTube on their Evo channel or whatever. So, could they technically complain? Yeah. Would they actually have a case? I would argue no. That's why when I fight claims, I put in the word fraudulent. Those claims get overturned immediately. Or not overturned, but dropped. YouTube doesn't do it. I mean, it's YouTube's automated system, but usually it's not even the artist specifically. It's their distribution or production company that takes care of it for them. But I mean, like, part of it, it's just not a foolproof. Like, this one, I read about this one guy who had a license to cover the song, covered the song, got claimed for it. He provided the contract of the license showing that he had the ability to do it, and the production company or whatever just shrugged, and he didn't get the, like, that's absolutely asinine. Yeah, so copyright claiming videos will do one of three things. Stop monetization entirely, which is rare. They generally don't do that. Shared monetization, that's a common one. Where they claim it and so it's shared between you and somebody and the person that does the claim. Or full claim it, where they get all the monetization. Those are the three things that can happen when something gets claimed. Honestly, a claim isn't, like, as far as YouTube's system goes, it's not really a big deal. YouTube doesn't punish you for it. It's the strikes that are a big problem, because those have really big consequences. Was it like the production company or something? The biggest problem I have with, like, they want to claim stuff, it's fine. They have the right to. It's their material. Not everything is fair use. There are a lot of things that are not fair use, and people just throw around the word fair use like it applies to everything, and that's not true. But what I have a problem with are the companies that they fraudulently do it. They just take advantage of the system and don't think anybody's going to challenge them, and they'll try to make money that way. There was, for a while, and it stopped happening eventually. Every time I streamed Final Fantasy VII, a company claimed that I had played a copyrighted version of a remix of one of the songs in the game. This remix was not present in the game at all. And they claimed that the remix was present. Or tried to claim, like, the original from the remix, which you can't do. That's fraudulent. That's somebody just trying to take advantage of the system. Because YouTube doesn't do enough hands-on work with their system. So, I mean, those people are fucking scum. They're trash. You hear that? If you do that, you are a trash individual. A disgusting pile of shit. Because not only are they trying to fuck you over, they're trying to fuck over the people who they're trying to take advantage of the people that could actually make the an actual claim and try to make money off it. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. Warner Chappell's one of the big ones, yeah. No worries, dog. Yeah, fighting a strike versus a claim is a little different. There are more consequences for failing with fighting a strike. Failing a claim, at least from what I understand, doesn't generally mean anything happens. It's just they say no, they disagree. I don't think you get a strike if you fail to win on a claim battle. But if you fail to lose a strike battle, you might face additional consequences. Yeah, you're a criminal. It's fraud. It's actually fraud. You are committing fraud if you do that. I'd say I'd get off my soapbox, but I don't even think this is a soapbox. This is just very obvious stuff. Sometimes Square themselves will claim something, though. Like with some of my Final Fantasy stuff, it's just Square. It's not even Warner. Oh, are you talking about that remix? No. That wasn't Warner Chappell. That was Aska or something. Aska 2? Aska II or something like that. That was somebody different. Warner has claimed like Aerith theme and stuff like that before, and then Square has done the same thing. Square claimed the entire first part of my Kingdom Hearts 3, the first stream. The little cutscene beforehand, and that got blocked. So I had to re-upload it without that scene. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for.
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Ban, that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
Alright, but it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same, and this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Yeah, you do have to check to. I've had that happen before where it looked like they were a real company and then they weren't that did it, and so I looked into it and it turned out that it wasn't. I've had like actual Square do it before though. Sony has been claiming Earthbound music. That's not super surprising. Yo, what's up, Edgeworth? And Amiro. Yep. And it's going to be hard for them to counter that sort of argument. You'd also have, like, if you saved it at your computer, you'd have, like, the history of edits and when it was first created and stuff like that. It's really difficult when you keep accurate records for somebody to fuck you like that. Always keep accurate records.
I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed down in the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
Looks like the exact same story you told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Never? What the hell? Is that something that happens? Why did Miss Hugh choose lobby number 1? Answer me!
Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. We walked into lobby number 1 together, that's all.
Those answer remains the same as before, I see. I was hoping you could expand on what exactly we're discussing with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff, there's nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like complete bullshit. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that will give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask you that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now.
Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else?
Yeah,
Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something?
I've been a detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely.
Until the gunshot.
You complete fool. Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon.
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon.
So, what about the balloon?
I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point?
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
As somebody who wore a faux cravat, yes, I would imagine a real cravat would be very hot. Oh, okay, so we complained about this before.
And the counter was, well, it's the judge. Judge might not really have all that much, experience with gunshots, considering the country and their laws and all that. Okay, maybe. A reasonable argument. The detective not being able to distinguish between a balloon popping and a gunshot? Not buying that one. If they hold a gun, I assume they have some sort of training in it, which means they've probably fired it, which means they know what a gunshot sounds like. And it is entirely different from a balloon popping. So this one, I don't think there's a reasonable counter argument to him not understanding that it was a balloon popping. Unless he's not actually talking about the balloon popping. But we'll see. I think this game plays on hoping the audience doesn't know the difference between a balloon popping and a gunshot.
On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well.
So?
Well, don't give me a so.
We just proved that there's a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivety cracking.
Nice.
And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? Because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material.
Then you mean...
Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound.
No!
Yeah. I knew that's what he was going to say. Okay.
Okay, so he didn't hear the balloon pop. That makes significantly more sense, because if we came away from this going, oh, he didn't know the difference between a balloon popping and a gunshot, I would have been very upset. The fact that I even have to use that logic, though, is infuriating. Like, you must think very lowly of him.
Then that means that Scruff-Face's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course you wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle.
Ugh. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping.
Where was the judge when he heard was the judge in the hallway? Is it the judge was in, I forget. Where was the judge? Because if he's in chambers, there's no way he should have been able to hear that. Oh, he's in the men's bathroom. Yeah, and I'm assuming the bathroom wouldn't have the same soundproofness to it. I'm guessing. So that would make sense. Oh, right. And yeah, that's right. I forgot. It's that weird fucking building. Like, that really weird. This building is so strangely designed. He was in a bathroom that had windows looking across to the other building so that somebody could look across and watch somebody using the bathroom. Yeah, I think that's fucking weird. But yeah, that's right. So both the windows are open. It means if I was sitting on that bench, I could even hear somebody's fucking piss. It was loud enough. Why?
Why? That's what I asked earlier. I was like, wait, if Lang's from Chung Fa, wouldn't his name be pronounced Lang then? So that confirms it. Shilo Ma. Odd king, but I'll allow it. As long as the windows are like, if they covered up, because maybe the room was something, like there was something else in mind initially, and then it kind of changed. But they had, not only are their windows actually windows, they were open. Oh God. Man, just think of being downwind too.
Now do you get it, kids?
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around.
The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
So that would be some impressive soundproofing if somebody out in the hallway wouldn't be able to hear a gunshot. Gunshots are very loud and very powerful. Hopefully not the bathroom. Hopefully the bathroom loses. So, Sarah, and for anyone else that has never been into a men's bathroom, it is proper etiquette to go into your urinal and worry about your own business. If you are somebody that goes into a urinal, kind of looks over, you're a fucking weirdo. Stop looking at other men's privates. I mean, and you know what? If you're going to do that, I want to fucking comment on it because I want you to go all the way. Nice. And that's also why, let's say you were to go into a bathroom and all the urinals were empty. You go into the one on, say, the far right. So there's like three that are open to your left. If another guy comes in and goes right next to you, despite the other ones being open, that person's a fucking troll. Just a huge troll. Yo, what's up, Chris? Talking about urinals and etiquette in public bathrooms. I have started to see panels between the urinals more frequently here, but that's still not a commonplace thing. Most of our public bathrooms do not have those. They are nice though, in the ones that I have been to. It was the Venetian or Paris in Vegas. Not only do they have dividers, but they're like gigantic, huge, like maple like panels. They're huge. And I'm like, man, I am pissing in luxury. I mean, some people might touch up their facial hair in a bathroom if they're like really on the run constantly and they're like late or something like that. I have never had to do that personally. But I could see it happening. It wouldn't surprise me if I saw it. You have a story related to what we were just talking about, Fences? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, share. Or B, disrespect it, be ready to throw hands. Yeah, exactly. Just don't be that fucking weirdo that says nothing. Because at least if you, like, compliment it, I can, like, laugh in the absurdity of how creepy you are. And if you insult it, then we can fucking fight, and it'll be taken care of that way. Yes. So I grew up in what you would consider the inner city. There were lots of gunshots. So I heard my first gunshot very close, probably when I was like, and like my grandparents, well, one of my grandparents lived like in really, really inner city, like the inner city where you make sure that your windows are up and your doors are locked type of inner city, especially if you're driving like a nicer car. Not that that's not something that I would even care about these days, just because it's, as I've grown older, I've learned how less likely it is that something like that was going to happen. But that's the type of shit prejudice that like the system taught us growing up. So like, but I knew that area was considered to not be very good, but I was like 7 or 8. So we still didn't care. We played outside, went to the park and stuff, whatever. Who's gonna fuck around with kids? Not many people. Some people will, especially, you know, in those areas where sex trafficking rings are a thing, which is super sad. But at that time, that wasn't really a thing. Anyways, so it was around that time that I heard my first gunshot close. It was a block over? So maybe like, no, it was like, it was on the other block, but it wasn't a full block over. It was like around the corner. So maybe like half a block away. Cause like the way it happened and where we were like situated, we weren't ever in any danger of like getting struck by a stray bullet, but it scared the shit out of us because it was loud as fuck. And then beyond that, I've actually been to a range before. Firing range. But like that was the first time I heard one. So like even then when I was like half a block away, I still knew at that point, very young, how loud and ridiculous, like noticeable like gunshots were. And so in our neighborhood, it started to get, it started to become a really trendy place to live, especially for people coming in from like other parts of the state that were not very diverse, more rural, but were going to the college in the city, one of the colleges in the city. They moved to our neighborhood because it was more affordable than, more affordable and more diverse than like the actual area around the college. And so the games started to happen every summer. You hear that first gunshot or firework. That was the game. It was almost always firework. And people that have lived there forever just laugh like, dude, it's not a fucking gunshot. You don't know what a gunshot sounds like. But you're freaking out because you probably never heard a gun in your life, and you just assume that because of where you are, it might have been a gun. When I was in middle school, we were doing a tornado drill, and the classroom I was in at the time was right across from the bathrooms, and our class was put into the boys' room. As the drill was ending, we were heading out. There was a boy that went and used the urinal while we were still in there. It was so weird and gross. how did the teachers not be like, don't use the fucking bathroom while we're all in here? Why were you guys... I never went into a bathroom for a tornado drill. It's really interesting. I'm surprised the bathroom had locks. Our bathroom doors were like push open door. Like I don't think there was a way to lock those doors. Seen a dead body? I mean, that's pretty fucking hardcore. Choose the one furthest away from any in-use protocol. Agreed. Yeah, and that wouldn't surprise me either. If a lot of people heard their first gunshot, not even like what I would call an adverse setting. It's just like they were hunting or whatever, and that's when I heard it. That makes sense. I've had clients that open carried. Go meet them in their place of business or whatever, and they're just walking around with it out, and I'm like, If I wasn't a big dude, I might be a little more intimidated. Your size doesn't care about whether you're getting shot. Yeah, that's true, but people just are less likely to get violent in general. Also because I'm helping him out. What would he have to gain from shooting me? Yeah, and a lot of American bathrooms, they're going to be right next to each other. Not always, though. Sporty, our stadiums, like our sports stadiums, they keep them pretty far apart. Oh, God. Yeah, that sounds awful. That must have been terrifying. It's a good thing he's not dead. I mean, it should be international. Shouldn't matter where you are, it should be. I'm surprised the grown-ups didn't have a better, the adults didn't have a better grasp on that if it was just like firecrackers, because firecrackers are very weak compared to gunshots. Yeah, we did hallways too. Like barren hallways.
Oh, well, so...
The rooms aren't as soundproof as you say they are. And how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? Boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? State of the crime scene? Wait, can it be?
Logic time. All right, I will be right back. I swear, I know this is gonna be gross or whatever, but I have a toenail that absolutely needs to get clipped because it is annoying the fuck out of me. So I need to go get clipper real quick. God, that was really bothering me. Closest a tornado's ever been to me, I think, is like 20 minutes. It hasn't ever been that close. Watching anime while you wait to get a guilty verdict. We never had a nuclear test, but my mom told me about when she had them. And yeah, they're just like under desks. I'm like, that really help? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I can't imagine. That sounds fucking terrifying. I have not seen a fresh gunshot wound. That is one thing I have not seen in my life. Oh, you live in Tornado? I guess that is kind of surprising. I guess I would just assume that everybody there's been at least relatively close to one. Also, refrigerator greater than nuke. Remember that. Drop your logics. But not refrigerators because of some weird fucking metal. Oh god, Indiana Jones and Kid with the Crystal Skull, so bad. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Tornado would have given me trauma too. Simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet, the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Is that really something we needed to establish?
Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? Silly me. I thought the barred windows would also stop sound from going in and out too. Shockwave will reach you. It'll knock out all the electronics around you, plus the radiation. Can still get you later. My nephew's a huge tornado nerd. I get it. I was the exact opposite, though. That shit terrified me. At least it'd be a quick death if you're close enough. It could be a long and agonizing death if you're in, like, the secondary radiation zone. Or you could never die and just live with radiation issues the rest of your life. What, Investigations 2? You can play it on an emulator with a fan translation. It's not an official translation, mind you. It's a fan translation. It's a little different. People die when they are killed. True story. So if you don't, you can just get a superpower. Yeah, I hear the fan translation's pretty good, so we'll make sure that that's what we're going with. Now then, what else besides a smell can get to... Blech. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. The missing piece of evidence is a video with a gunshot. That shows the moment in which Mr. Rell was killed That shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Nobody thought to check the fucking VCR? Miles, what have you been thinking about? Logic, Francisca. Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television.
TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
It's a video player. There seems to be a videotape inside.
Looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
The tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Ban, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Alright, let's rewind this and see what we have.
A VCR that didn't automatically rewind it after the video was done playing. Plebeians, peasants.
What kind of VCR player is that?
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rell killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. It should be about right. Now then, let's see.
Now this is the footage of Mr. L shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along.
They were a thing, and I had one.
Hey, not a problem, several seconds. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging. Take it easy. Had to read my mind.
Okay, but did you let the video go all the way to the end? Because we had to rewind it too, unless we, like, it had to go all the way to the end, and once it stopped, the VCR then automatically realized that it needed to rewind.
The Gucci VCR.
Oh, yep, Trep is right. Stream will be dropping in about 2 to 3 minutes now. So yeah, just keep in mind that'll happen. Hopefully I'm hoping to get that fixed next weekend. Yeah, that's normally when it happened, when we fell asleep. We'd wake up and it was rewound.
This sound, what is the meaning of this?
It turns out Detective Ban has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out then?
Yes, all I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced.
If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Ban, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobbies number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in these locations could hear it.
Ah, but then why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. I challenge you to a duel.
Alright, we'll wait out the rest of these, like, 30 seconds or whatever.
Right, sorry, yeah, that's how it worked. Just something you took for granted. Interesting. I didn't notice that before. So it does attempt to start twice. The first attempt fails, always. The first attempt takes 10 seconds, and it still fails. So I guess whatever happens, it drops for about 15 seconds? Because it drops for a few seconds, then it actually drops, and then retries. And then by the time, so somewhere between 10 to 30 seconds is how long it drops. Interesting. That might help. Might help. All right.
Very well, I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in their surveillance video to do so.
So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video?
Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. Must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance, that person is the real killer. Oh, I think we know who it is. It's not the judge, unfortunately.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something.
Looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over.
I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. It is not me. It is not me. 6:15. Oof, they're there late. Okay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for is already...
Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
You fucking idiot. That is a, 6-year-old girl. What the hell is your problem?
Actually, what's she, 10 or something? Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for?
It means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer. Any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought.
I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. It depends on... all depends whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. We even have a viewer in the gallery. And why, even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end. No matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right?
Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've shaved... Well, no. I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby 2. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. That was interesting. Yo, what's up, Paisano?
One of the more interesting spammy things I think I've ever seen. He is banned.
Yeah, you should be able to. Can't you hide user in this channel or whatever? As opposed to timeout? Yo, what's up, Maxim? Like, you should have both those options.
Yeah, that's how you ban. Being haunted. Yup. Go. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have?
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think?
That's absolutely fucking stupid. How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. Alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
My logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it, by showing who the real killer is.
Hey Darius, how's it going? Well, it's very honorable of you, Lugia, to come forth and admit it. Although, I don't know. Seems like you might just be throwing the ultimate door under the bus. Yeah, I know who it is, and it makes me sad. Raise the shields! Shields down to 80%, sir. Everyone stands as suspect as an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirm that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve.
So press.
A suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you, this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that is correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he said since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding.
Wait, maybe they don't want me to press at all? And just go for the kill? That seems to be counterintuitive to what he said.
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. Because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden?
It's the first place everyone looks, silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints of anything in the courtyard garden.
I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to this case.
If I could
present a profile.
Congratulations.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Trep, what the fuck are you doing? Or not doing? They keep coming. They keep coming. They only have so many accounts. The zombie swarm. Troll, 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 troll. All right, Lugia, you got to make sure that you are backing Trep up here. And Chris, all three of you. You guys ready for the troll apocalypse? Oh. Ready your mouses. Hey guys, it's getting real. We got real trolls here. Hey trolls. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hey trolls, Twain here. I'd just like to thank you for choosing Students of Gaming to be your targeted troll channel of the evening. It really gratifies me that our success has inspired you so much to attempt to make your presence known on this channel, this very channel. I'd like to thank a lot of people here. Most notably the YouTube gods for making this happen, obviously. The algorithm gods for bringing all of you to my channel and getting us this attention. I never thought I'd get here, to be completely honest. I remember when we were but a fledgling channel that no troll would have bothered ever coming and showing any attention to. So this simply reaffirms the hard work and commitment that I've put into making this channel a success since 2015. I thank you again for your time and effort in showing me just what a job I've done. I thank you all for watching. God bless. Is there a slow mode? Chat toggle on slow mode. On settings, okay. But that sucks. I don't want to inhibit your guys' ability to chat. I'd better have the dislike meter to reflect this troll raid, because if I don't, I'm going to be very disappointed. Give me all the engagements. Ah, I see. 60 seconds between messages? That seems way too long. 10 seconds? Wanna try that? 10 seconds? Even 5 seconds, I guess, is probably really good, right? That gives you more than enough time to make sure they're all banned. Actually, no. I think you're right. 3 should be fine. Here, let me. Okay. All right, should be updated. Not from what I saw, Nick. I think I might be able to do that through chatbot, but YouTube itself doesn't have a regulars thing. They only have the members mode, where I can make it so that only members can talk, but I don't want to do that. That would suck. I just didn't expect something like this to happen so soon, so I didn't have chatbot up and ready for something like that. Which of the attorney games is the most close to real-world law? Well, the way they conduct the law is pretty much the same in all of them, right? So I guess I would have to say Apollo Justice is probably the closest to something you would actually experience, just because Claver is closer to what a real prosecutor is going to be compared to something else. Why didn't I hear any of the... That's odd. I didn't hear any of the host sounds. Thank you to Easy and Chris for the hosts earlier. That's weird. Thought I fixed that problem. Oh, you can add approved users? That would be a pain in the ass. YouTube gets rid of those views pretty quickly, though. Like, the relationship between Apollo and Claver is the most realistic you'll see between a prosecutor and a defense attorney in real life. Whereas, like, the Francisca, Manfreds, even Edgeworth early, like, that's not how those fucking relationships go. Oh, excuse me.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no positive routes of escape? Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Hiccup. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Ugh.
Hold it!
20 degrees Celsius? What is that in Fahrenheit? You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? but you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know somebody, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. Suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about our argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisca or myself speaking with you about the subject. Ah, but there are witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess. It's just stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard.
I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or bailiff or anyone else.
You know, people can complain about Francisca being a bitch about a lot of stuff. I get it. This is hilarious. Because in no way is this realistic, but man, do I admire her balls for that.
No security guard's gonna stop me. No metal detector. I'm just gonna walk right through. And anyone who says otherwise will get a whipping.
Yes, being a mod gets around the members only thing. No, Nintagious can talk. He's been able to do it in members only streams. We use Fahrenheit because we're stupid. 68. Scorcher. Fucking scorcher in Russia. That's like the perfect temperature to me, between 68 to 72. Wow. I don't have to imagine because we just do it. Yeah, Chris has been able to do it too. I know the metric system, but well, no, I don't know the metric. I'm trying to learn the metric system, not that it'll actually ever fucking matter. But the one that I struggle the most with is centimeters to inches, feet and inches. That one completely throws me off. Karens wish they were Francisca. Yeah, right. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibi before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what the people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. By the time we heard the gunshot. Speaking of Smole, hey Smole, thank you for what I'm almost positive is an auto renewal. Much appreciated, dude. That's odd. They didn't used to, like, auto renews didn't used to show up on stream, and now they do. I don't know why you wouldn't have been able to talk. It's been, if that's the case, then it's something that's recent, because whenever I've had a members only chat, the mods have been able to talk always. Feet to inches, then inches to centimeters, centimeters to meters. That makes sense. Because, yeah, the fact that we have 2 numbers is like, you look at it, you're just like, huh? What do I do that? Alright, later, Nick. Take it easy, dude. Then maybe it's a new thing. I don't know. All I know is whenever we've had member streams, moderators can talk. And it's not like a separate thing that I have to do. Nin's been able to talk. Chris has been able to talk.
I think Hot Dog and Tide came in a couple times and were able to talk. Hey, buddy. There was a little period of time where Tal wasn't a member. He was able to talk. Same thing with Switcher. I'm bad at math too. I suck. I know that you're the suck. That doesn't make any sense. You're using French incorrectly. I know. I'm perfectly aware. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when human Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe... Hey, Maxim, welcome to the Student Body, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Enjoy those emotes. We just updated them with some new Phoenix Wright emotes. Show us those the Maya and Edgeworth emotes. Spam those Emma and Edgeworth emotes. I absolutely need Russian representation here. Somebody's got to keep me on my toes for when I attempt to badly, very badly, do a Russian accent. Thank you, JB. I have to get the next one ready because I think we're kind of tapped for spots right now. So I have to figure out which one we're gonna get at 40. Because then that'll be like part of the incentive. Like, oh, we get a new emote. Hey, Neil, how's it going? I keep forgetting about the Twainsworth one, which is kind of ironic, right? Because like that's the one I don't think about. Oh, absolutely. I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when... I'm sorry. Did I finish my sentence? Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. Well, maybe it wouldn't be if you let me finish my fucking thought. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Yes.
Take that!
That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell that the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. Wow, she started applying makeup really fast.
That's the only thing I can think of too.
After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take about 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. Of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew! Didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until a while ago. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it, end of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room?
There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each.
What, they don't have central air? Well, that's actually a really nice touch. I didn't notice that before. She actually does the... I don't know, there's something really humorous about that animation.
Justice. Lilac tea, 'twas the what'd you put in it?
I didn't know there was such a thing as lilac tea.
You can watch this in VR. You really want to watch me in VR? I mean, I appreciate it, but...
Oh, there's somebody named Justice in here that's speaking to Maximum Russian. I see. God, Russian looks so cool. It's just like written out, and I have no idea like where to even begin trying to decipher what it means. There it is. I was thinking about that, like, man, if I get a still of how she looks like without the lips, that would be really interesting. Because because the way they draw it, it just looks like she's smiling instead, and she just doesn't have the lips. I like her. I think she's adorable. I know her forehead's huge. They all have huge foreheads. She just lets hers breathe. Hey, sometimes you just need to let the forehead breathe.
Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open.
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
That's specious reasoning. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Manfred von Karma! Miss Callisto Yu, I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell.
What? You indict me?
Are you serious, Miles? Do you think she is the killer? Why do you think she's the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. Oh, you don't? But of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Of course I do, Edgeworth.
The argument must not be tight enough yet.
Although I never thought things would spiral into this. I'll have you know, I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window was open, however, do you have proof? It was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second or the truth will blow away. Now is the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test.
Hey, Musical Inquisitor. I like all the characters a lot in this case. Except for the judge. Fuck the judge.
Hold it.
Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away. Be my guest. Sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose. What's wrong? This scrunched eyebrows lights on your forehead throwback? More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, right?
Wait, does he want me to present it on that?
Oh, that the window was open.
Right.
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. Not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know?
What? This isn't mine!
That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see?
Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. This bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you!
Because it gets really strong really fast.
So, what about the perfume? Well, you were in Detective... Well, you were in Detective... You were in Detective Bad. Oh. While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window. Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? Maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you can control, and the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at that time.
You mean?
Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1 when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. You accuse me of murder You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Like, really left? Yeah. This is Ace Attorney Investigations number 1, Miles Edgeworth. This is all circumstantial evidence, yes. Very much so. You're out of here! This is her final stand. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. It's a conclusory statement. Why? Why is it over the top? But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. I mean, like, she's not wrong, but also no. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife was that was used to kill him came from. Oh, honey. Oh, sweetie. Oh, any other condescending term that seems like it would be a term of endearment that I could use to make you seem like a smaller person. You done played yourself. You done played yourself. Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. If I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. Oh, am I gonna have to get a... I already know the answer. Do I have to get an appended statement? I'll be so irritated if I do. Yeah, nope, yep. Don't care. None of this means anything. Oh, yeah, of course. They're gonna make me fucking... Alright, fine. Fine, game. How would you know that it's a knife? No one knew that it was a knife. Like, that's all you have to say. You don't have to go through any other ridiculous hoops. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles! What do you think you're doing? If I'm drawing the truth out of her, that's what I'm doing. Huh? But I don't recall a knife being present at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. Unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. Now what do I show, the key or the knife? Both? Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key that Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, within the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Gah! You understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key... I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would, even now, still feign ignorance. Not feigning anything, but we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, the something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that...
You disappoint me.
But you didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
What you are saying is simply not possible.
Oh, and why not?
Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? No. 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 No.
Sorry, she broke me for a second there. Her stupidity. Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and it's something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition?
I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh?
How can you laugh at a time like this? Well, I mean, she dunked on somebody she wanted revenge for, so I mean, I guess she could still laugh.
She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife.
Do you know? Why don't you put your mouth where your money is? Why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me?
Well, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're done. Or through. Done or through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? The Yatagarasu! There is only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key.
And that is?
And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Miss Yu, you used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this?
Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace.
You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me, Callisto, you.
Callisto you, huh? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with.
I think I am definitely gonna take her laughing face as an emote. That shit is perfect. And I know she murdered somebody, but I still like her character. Fucking murder. I guess you just gotta deal with that. If you can get past that, then it's alright, right?
Are
you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of the law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal. Wait, I made Rel an offer. Oh, there's a colon there. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. Once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
Didn't you say that you despised criminals?
But do I really?
I mean, she is a criminal.
You, have you forgotten about the KG incident too?
Maybe.
What sort of woman would? So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using the Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. In order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside the plastic bag. But he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know? At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
Well, if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well.
I believe I mentioned why when we were facing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. How that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other.
And the trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all of his hard work with a bullet.
God damn, that's cold! Ooh. 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 Get dunked, Rel. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
A client? If you want to talk about who was a client of who first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member Deadman.
That's a pretty big brained attorney argument. But I was the client.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad? I had Deadman killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
Ooh,
How could this?
you don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. I guess you'll never know. Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet, you.
Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Does she have a smoke bomb? Hey, Edgeworth. You know, Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work.
mad? What are you doing just standing there like a doofus?
Oh shit, that's right. I have a gun, don't I?
Huh. Lucky for me, I know that Derringer only has a range of about 5 feet. 2 yards.
Smuggling ring as an antagonist? Well, I mean, it's the people that make up the smuggling ring, but I get what you're saying. Just like, it's a smuggling ring. Okay.
Really interesting. She was Maki all along.
You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
How many bullets does that Derringer have? I guess it was a revolver, right? So I guess she has 6. Some Derringers are only single shot though, aren't they?
You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
You two get down.
My body, I can't move.
Hey, mister, to your right.
You!
Dude, doesn't he have a gun? He couldn't have, like, shot at her before? Okay. I guess he could be concerned that if he drew her weapon, it would cause her to shoot. I suppose. But she really didn't seem like somebody that was going to be okay with dying. In fact, she didn't even seem like she was okay with getting caught in general. So, I don't know, I guess. Edgeworth could have just died there, though. Are you alright, Francisca?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed.
Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot.
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon.
Detective Banner, you alright? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay, just got another hole in my jacket.
You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also alright, thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know. She just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Oh, I lied to you guys too, after all.
I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops.
Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we?
We're gonna single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Ben, and take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday.
Okay, good. Because I was 99.9% sure that extra gunshot was gonna kill Bad. And I was gonna be so mad for 2 reasons. 1, because Bad's awesome, obviously. 2, dude literally got multiple 50 cal bullets shot at him before through places where unless he was holding the jacket out like a fucking matador, would have hit his body and left gigantic holes in him. And this little Derringer bullet would have killed him. I was going to be very upset.
So thanks a bunch, pal.
You're the best. Around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I am quite good. I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
I suck. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. I really am a piece of shit.
It was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. Really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Well, so as long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
You did? Oh, what is it? Is it $1 million? Because I could really go for $1 million.
What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship? Is that the fucking sweet roll?
No, this one. Wait. Fuck, what was it that she gave me? I don't remember. Damn, it's one of these 2 things, isn't it? Can't be this. It's the fucking sweet roll, right?
Take that.
It's going on a special Swiss roll. Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Swiss roll Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together.
That would actually be a nice grin face too, right? That's cute. And she's not evil. Like fucking you is. Oh my god.
Well, the one Kay saved never reached her father. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own.
Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Whoop, there it is. That was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I've got to thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
And we noticed just now, was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Ban left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Great. I sense nothing but a...
Okay. All right, so we've been going back and forth on the gray and brown thing, right? This is the most brown I've seen it. Doesn't this look brown? Like if we go back to the other Sprite, it looks gray. But this I feel like looks distinctly dark brown. Looks like my color hair.
Twain, you got gray in your hair.
Banning all of you for insulting my hair. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too.
Oh, we should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa.
Agreed? Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir, and don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, Be counting on you. Sense of trouble is definitely in the air. No, I don't need a hug. I need hair dye. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. Well, I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are.
Fish indeed. Thank you, Caroline. Is it? Oh, just had this thought. I've never been 100% sure on this. Is it pronounced, or is it preferred to be pronounced Caroline or Carolyn? Oh no! Chill with the Simbos. Purge! Yo, what's up, Tash? Oh. Line. Gotcha. Okay. That's what I always thought. And I think I saw it pronounced weirdly in like a movie or something, and I was like, I don't think that sounds the way you think it sounds. Well, if he has my hair color right now, that sucks for him because he's only 20. I didn't get this till I was 35. Last Repbot actually helps out a little bit there because there's too many symbols. Oh god, excuse me. Criminal and property. I'd be very happy with one and very unhappy with the other. Not unhappy. That's not true. I just wasn't interested in criminal when I was taking it. I did find the class, just like property, I was like, oh, this is amazing. I don't know. I'm just more of a civil guy. But I do feel like it's a very good thing that they force you to take criminal. And so we have even if we're not going to be criminal attorneys, we still get a pretty good understanding of what it's like coming out in case we want to ever be in criminal court, which I was then, subsequently. I'm 22 and hurting all over. Well, and just wait till you're 35. I see it as black. The lighting kind of making it lighter. I don't see dark blue personally, because this is dark blue, and I don't think it looks anything like this. Looks nothing like this. Like even like a darker blue. I don't know. I mean, I guess. I don't know, maybe. Like, I think I see what you're saying, but I guess I just don't see that as blue. It is. Would it be better to say it's like a blue hue? Is that? Would that be more correct? Dead Goth and Beyond. Hell yeah. Dead Goth and Beyond. It is structured very well. I agree with that. Which is why I was able to do well in the class despite not being super interested in it. Very straightforward, which is nice. Something you won't necessarily... Like, I didn't appreciate it till later. Well, everybody, I found out the other day that dogs are colorblind, but they don't just see black and white. It's just that they only have 2 out of the 3 color cones or whatever. They don't. Everybody sees what? Red, blue, and yellow. And dogs only see in green, blue, and yellow. No, red, blue, and yellow, isn't it? Anyways, they can't see greens. So like if when they see grass outside, it looks like dead grass to them. It's like a brown. I have 16 color cones. Green, blue, red. Okay, that's what it is. So they don't have the green. They don't have the green cone. They have blue and red. And from what I understand, it's been a while since I looked into this, so my information is probably fuzzy here and not super accurate, and everybody should double check on this. But I was under the impression that most humans are deficient, at least not like entirely lacking, but somewhat deficient in one of the three cones. So it's more blue than it is red or green, but not by much. Interesting. I forgot that we could do that, right? We could actually check. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she is now... Shrug? Oh wait, yeah, you.
So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. Okay? Been a while.
Okay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that, until I wasn't anymore and then forgot you existed. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
Does this all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and...
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible!
What's at that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. It wasn't just the way I looked. I clearly, orally, announced my disbelief as well.
Alright then, how do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow! Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief too, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. He was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you? Well, no, I mean, not me, it was you. The jokes are so stupid. We don't have to acknowledge the badger here. Yeah, it is Tash for real. Hopefully not, Sarah.
Here, Mr. Edgeworth, take a look at this article.
Yatsugarasu sent the embassy a calling card?
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto U Lady is behind this. Because the real Yatsugarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
Well, the Yatsugarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. So Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatsugarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father and Miss Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatsugarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatsugarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Okay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. Now here, come into these handcuffs. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth,
You douchebag! You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman. You mean Callista U?
No! Franziska von Karm. What the fuck did she... I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me for what?
Well, you literally made sure I didn't die by snapping me out of my daze, so... When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Hello, Raid. Yeah, actually, another, user I was talking to about that, in the comments of one of the videos. I don't remember what video it was. But they suggested Ghost Trick, and then I talked to another viewer, Ran, who's around often, and was playing Ghost Trick about it. So yeah, that's a plan. Just talking about Dahlia. There you go. Which joke? The Franziska von Karma? I just brought her up because she was the only other one that was there that she, indicating female, could have been talking about, unless she was talking about herself. Big Time Rush! Rush Hour 3! I'm calling that movie Big Time Rush from now on. Oh, that's great. Me, you! God, I fucking love Rush Hours. Rush Hour 3 isn't even that good, and I still love it. Just love Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker. Like, they're one of those, like, duos where you're like, my life's going to be unhappy if I don't know that they're best friends in real life. Like, and apparently they are really good friends. So, thank God, because my life would actually be incomplete if they weren't, like, actually friends off camera. I'm not kidding. I would be devastated. Oh, Old Bag, yeah, there you go. So Old Bag wasn't at the courthouse. Well, she's not technically a thief yet, right? At least we're not aware of anything that she's actually stolen. She just proclaims to be a thief. Calling yourself a thief isn't actually a crime. Well, even if Case 5 sucks, we're going after Callisto U, and that's a plus. More Callisto U's a good thing. I'm actually kind of hype about that. Gant did a lot to save Rise from the Ashes. Gant and Emma both saved Rise from the Ashes from being a complete and utter waste of time. What's the penalty? Depends on how much you're stealing and what you're stealing. Announcing that you're going to steal something, so you're actually specifically saying, I'm going to steal this thing. I mean, it's conspiring. Is there like a general conspiracy statute? Or is it like conspiracy to commit? Well, right. Criminal conspiracy, generally speaking, but what? Conspiracy to commit robbery. So that's, wait. Yeah, robbery. But that's, no, robbery requires force. All right, so in my state, these are how the three things are defined. Theft is intentionally taking and carrying away, using, transferring, concealing, or retaining possession of movable property of another without the other's consent and with intent to deprive the owner permanently of possession of such property. That's your basic theft. Burglary is when you enter a place without consent of the person in lawful possession and with the intent to steal or commit a felony. So that's trespassing plus then intent to commit a felony or steal. Robbery, taking property from the person or presence of the owner by either using force or by threatening the imminent use of force. So force is necessary for robbery. It would have to be conspiracy to commit theft. And I don't know. Also, no. No. None of this would matter. Because conspiracy requires at least two people. Huh. So I don't know if that is a crime. I honestly don't know what it would be called. Because there's no crime for just intent to commit. But again, just saying I'm a thief isn't, you're not really saying anything. You're saying you're labeling yourself, but labeling yourself something isn't a crime. You still actually had to commit an act to be considered a thief, right? Apparently, because a part of that definition in Wisconsin is you are depriving them of possession long term. There has to be something else in there, though. I was just reading like a Cliff Notes version. If I read the entire statute, it might reveal something else.
Right, conspiracy to commit murder is handled differently because it's still murder, which is a significantly, you know, more like harsher crime, whatever you want to call it. It's you can't really do much worse than that. So they adjust it accordingly so that even if you're just planning to kill somebody, it's enough for you to be put away for a long time, which makes sense. Just getting the chair. Criminal conspiracy, the general definition is normally involves more than one person planning to commit an unlawful act. I mean, don't crimes against humanity normally include some amount of murder? That's what I mean. Anything that's involving murder is... The only thing you could do worse than commit one murder is commit many murders. Whether directly or indirectly.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, sure is, Gummy.
See, we could use this face too, but her hair is too big. Like, there's no way, like, if I used all of her hair, the emote would be too small. It sucks, because she has that would be a nice grin face to use. The other option I was thinking of for the grin face or smile or whatever, I want to grin because I like it to parallel some other type of emote and just be better because it's, you know, from a game. Is Vera? What Vera would draw? Her grin face? I always thought that was cute. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. It was with their chummy relationship. I don't know what defines a mass murderer. Okay, but that's a smug smile. Okay, it is a grin. But like I'm talking about like XD sort of thing. That's not XD. That's more of yeah. I was right. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But I want like an XD. Oh, Zara. All right, later, Zara. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging. Copyright, isn't that worse than murder? I mean, if you talk to some of these companies, they would say yes. I would rather you murder somebody than take my property and use it without my permission. Human experimentation. Yeah, that would be arguably worse. Obviously, we're talking about experimentation in a way that's like torturous, right? Because I don't know, would you consider torture to be worse than murder if that person was able to like be freed and live the rest of their life? What would have been better for them, to die or to live with that trauma now? I don't know. Can't say that I'd have any idea. One person alone is made of mass. That is true. Mass murder. Somebody who killed a thing with mass. Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's the best way to look at it. Serial killers don't do it all at once. Otherwise, you're not really a serial killer. Then you're a mass murderer. Although, wouldn't a mass murderer still be a serial... Or wouldn't a serial killer still be a mass murderer, technically? I guess to be a mass murderer, like, specifically, you have to have a time frame. Because otherwise, all serial killers would be mass murderers, but not all mass murderers would be serial killers. Okay, thanks, Trip. That is also true. Any murderer must kill mass. So they can kill ghosts and incorporeal beings, because they have no mass. Forced lobotomy? Yeah. I could get behind that being worse than murder. Because I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I feel like I'd rather be dead than have a forced lobotomy. Or someone that lost weight. All you dietitians, you're mass murderers. Oh my god. The great thief Yatakarasu, after all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Burn Faraday, Callisto U, and K Faraday. The phantasmagorically challenge identity. God, I said that word right, but couldn't say changing correctly. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. What a coincidence. Forcing an orange down my throat. Just put a bullet in my head instead. Yeah, probably, Trip. Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. What was that all about? What's all that? What's all the hubbub then? Oh, I heard the next case is drawn out like Rise from the Ashes, so I'm already prepared. This is gonna take 4 to 5 streams by itself. Oh, you're lucky you're a paying member. I went right for the timeout button. Being a paying member gives you immunity from certain petty offenses. But now, which picture did you crop? Oh, take that, Gren? And just take it as it is? Like, without the top of her? Yeah, I suppose we could do that. The problem with her with the gun is that it's too long. She has a long-ass arm, at least from that perspective she does. Yeah, I don't think there was a revolver chamber in that gun. How did she have any more than one shot? I guess, maybe I don't know how Derringers shoot. She could have 2 shots, I guess, or 2 barrels. I kind of want to use her face when she's puckering, just because, like, what'd you use that face for? I don't know. But yeah, the other one's almost like Paya Mom. Except just grin. XD. XD. Hey, we're not above that's what she said jokes around here. Well, let's see if this case can at least hold my interest with its characters. You already have Kay, so that's a good start. Kay's a good character. Callisto Yu seems to be the main antagonist. That's also good. I like you. She is not your typical criminal. Your typical murderer, and I like that. All right, Tash, take it easy. Enjoy your studying. Study well. Today is a good day to study. And any other weird titties I could bring up? I kill cereal too. Yeah, it has 2 barrels. Do they shoot separately, or does the trigger pull and activate one, and then the other in a second pull? I stupidly thought there was like an anime opening. One of the black raven and one of the white raven. A country torn in 2. One to the west and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. That is a woman's hand, based on its slenderness, I guess? I mean, I got kind of slender hands. It might have been mine. It's the Yatagarasu, the Yatagarasu is there. No! Kill her with the flashlight! You, accursed Yatagarasu K, you! He thinks K did that? That's interesting. Weasts. The one, are you talking about 1-3? 1-3 is probably my favorite 3 case. Because what's her name? D Vasquez. That's right, D Vasquez. The motive was dumb, but like I thought she was a really good villain. The producer was funny, though he fucking perv. But that was a throwback to the early 2000s for me, for sure. Will Powers is a good client. Problem with 1-3 is Old Bag exists. Mode was dumb. The kid was kind of annoying. Oh, and the producer, the production assistant, she was a little cutie too. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Okay, hold on 1 second. Sorry, I know we've had some interruptions here. I am wondering why he chose that specific pose. There has to be something behind that, right? For the suit that's in the frame? It's almost like he's getting ready to dab. But we know Edgeworth would never dab. So is that like a half dab? What's that supposed to be? Is it a dance move? Some sort of symbolic, like, power or something? Yeah, I would certainly hope that your favorite 3 case is not from one of the games we've played already, because that would be very depressing for me, because it means it's all downhill from here. When you diss lawyers with your updated autopsy report. There you go. Maybe just folded that, but he can dictate how it's folded in the frame. You can dictate that. He can make it so it's, you know, going like down. This is something that he either chose specifically or they did it and he was just like, somebody else did it and he was just like, okay, that's fine. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I was investigating a kidnapping and a murder at the Gate Wonderland theme park. And later that night, a detective's body welcomed me back to my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? It's almost like this is a fictional story. Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! This is big! Big, I tell you! How the fuck did you get in here past the security? Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. Didn't the thief talk to him? Am I misremembering that? Oh, that stupid award. He did. Now, I suppose if she's such a seasoned thief, she could have like some voice modulator, right? But otherwise, wouldn't he be able to tell like whether the voice is more feminine or masculine at least? I guess we'll find that out. I assume it'll be addressed. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. You are grossly overestimating our abilities and competency. What's with you today? Kay, I just have had the worst week. Just the worst. I keep getting accused of murder. I'm just tired of it. I remembered another case that I was in. I'm just exhausted. Are you sure you aren't sleep talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got some special. I got something much more important that you want. That I want you to see. That just what? Look at it. Oh, and that is. Booyah! Take a look at this. On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secrets.
That's quite a bold declaration to send out to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today. Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry. The embassy awaits. What embassy? Do you know how many embassies we have in this city? It doesn't even specify here. It just says to the embassy, or to embassy. We need more information. What embassy did she send it to? Oh my god. However, do you know which... Thank you.
The embassy awaits. You hear that, guys? We gotta go to the embassy. Oh my god.
I do not like Raisin Bran, personally. I like Raisin Nut Bran.
What if she sent it to the wrong embassy? Yeah, right?
Fuck. I didn't even get to warn the right people.
However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating?
Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. Why wouldn't it say that in the story? In the fucking newspaper?
You're telling me that the reporter that wrote this story didn't indicate which embassy. He called it the embassy too. I'm calling it the because I'm choosing to believe that it was what's-his-fuck who's coked out of his mind and thus missed some details.
You have to keep reading.
Yeah.
But never mind that. Where's all your energy?
Never mind where we have to go. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today?
I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up.
Who put a quarter in you today?
Well, then you should get too wound up too. Here's a quarter for you.
What are you doing to my finger? I'm twisting it. I'm winding you up.
Zit, zit, zit. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman.
Oh god. Okay. I really need you to listen to me for a second. What I want you to do for me over the next, I don't know, 6 months or so, whenever you feel yourself about to say the word just, don't. It legitimately lessens the impact of every sentence you included in and undermines the confidence of your words. That, and it's really annoying to have to read. Throws off the flow completely. Man, Edgeworth rolling small. I do not want Brushel on this case. I just hope he gets punished somewhere. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, burned Faraday 7 years ago. Just in case you forgot, the case that we just revisited, Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. So just don't say it. Yep. Yep. Yep.
She makes me so mad, the phony.
I would call her my father's murderer personally, but sure, phony Yatagarasu works too, I guess.
Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card.
Are you serious? How is that still the thing you are most concerned? Okay.
Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome.
The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article.
looks to me as though it could be genuine.
See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. This isn't a clue that that woman's involved. Oh, God. Oh, the worst. That. Ugh. Headache. Oh. In about 10 minutes, guys. Stream's gonna drop again. Oh, headache. Whoo, headache. Yeah, time to beat up that water. I'm like, Trucy, I can get another. You're my dad now.
Oh. Okay, then.
I'll say one thing that's like I haven't really said this about her character design, but I think it was a really good choice. And I as much as I criticize things, I try to, point out when things are well done too. The decision to make her eyes green, and that specific green, really brings out her expressions very well with like the rest of how the rest of her face is designed. It's like the energy is literally shooting out of her eyes. You feel that. You say, well, I mean, green's pretty. Is that really that big? Well, think back. How many characters in these games have had green eyes? Like, this seems like a very specific choice. Yes, Easy's right. I have not played Dual Destinies, no. We were playing these games before. The DD. The double D.
If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Half gloves. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go.
Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. Some a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why.
The dark Yatagarasu.
God, that'd be so lame.
What's up? Any reason why you're boring a whole through the newspaper with your eyes?
That's an interesting way of... Okay.
No reason at all. Very well. Seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, considering she tried to kill me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this.
I knew you'd come around.
Gant did have green eyes. That's right. They're just smaller. But yeah. Which contrasted with his skin, his darker skin tone really nicely, and like the white hair. I love Gant's design. I love his design so much.
Not in this game, apparently.
I even try to avoid that. I never want that to be back to back, even if you can like separate it with a comma, because it just sounds bad. Like, it's not necessarily incorrect. It's just, it sounds awful.
We are ready!
Ready to embark on our nightly outing!
And this is where our tale begins! Huh, what a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy?
No, seriously, what the fuck is going on right now? Has this ever happened? Do you know what security is like at embassies? And they just have this stage show happening.
top 10 characters design? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Edgeworth would be up there. Manfred would be up there. Beanix would be up there. Kay would probably be up there. Emma would be up there. Gant would be up there. Godot's probably up there. Although I'd still go with his original form or whatever. I like his original design better. Before he got fucked up. I don't know, because I feel like there's a lot of minor characters that might be good enough to be up there too. I mean, there are some characters that I really like their designs aren't anything special. Like Adrian Andrews is a good example. Adrian Andrews is fine. Fuck, nobody's cartoon. Yeah, she's a fine ass cartoon character, fictional character, 100%. Is her design really all that interesting? No, not really. She just looks fantastic. But like there's nothing super interesting about her clothing or anything like that. I like Trucy's design. Yeah, she'd be close. Claver's probably up there too. I like his design a lot. I'd have to go back and look at Kristoff though. I don't know whose design I liked more. I did say Kay, yeah. Kay was like the third or fourth person I said. And designs aren't really everything for me. There's some characters I don't really like the design all that much, but I really like their characters. I don't like Maya's design. I'm not a fan of Maya's design at all, but I love Maya. She's a fantastic character. I like Apollo's design more than Phoenix's basic design. The normal like blue suit and red tie. I like Apollo's design more than that Phoenix. He doesn't beat Phoenix though. Maxim, why you gotta, why? I've worn blue suits, like, many times on the stream. I have a blue suit and red tie combo that I wear. It'll be another couple minutes, CZ, because it's like 2 hours, 4 minutes, plus then another 2 hours, 4 minutes. So it'll happen in about 3 minutes. Obag's design's trash. I mean, Brushell's design is memorable. We can say that. It is memorable. Edgeworth's design, I don't think did I say Edgeworth? I thought Edgeworth might have been one of the first people that I said. I like Olga. I mean, her design and her normal outfit isn't really anything special, though. It's just a big old coat and a hat. Her pirate design's really fun. Edgeworth was the first. Okay, good. Good. Just want to make sure I wasn't disrespecting the man. Maxim, you're taking too much after Amiro. Hey, Christopher, thank you for the sub. We're gonna get some new sub alerts in too. that'll have like other games that I'm more into now. I'll probably leave the Smash stuff in there, or at least some of them. But now that I don't really play Smash as much anymore, I think I should start adding some Phoenix Wright. I already have some Genshin Impact ones that I haven't uploaded yet that'll be in there. The only Rushel fan? I'm sure there's some other person out there who... There's gotta be a Coke fan out there that sees him and is like, that's me. That's me. I'll just wait till the drop happens before we continue. You're a Cocaine fan? That would surprise me. Dahlia's design was okay, but that was, again, like... yeah, her design is really good. I'm not sure I'd put it in the top 10, though. Because, like, her hair, like, her eye, like, everything about her screams that, like, I'm just a dating someone now. What could I possibly do? And, obviously... See, I feel like I'm missing characters, though, that deserve some shout-outs. Mad on Guard's design's really good. Fuck that guy. Red White's design's also very good. The Killer's design makes no fucking sense. Dude he has a zipper. He literally got his face, like, chopped in the center, and it had to be stitched hard from the bottom up. Otherwise, what would be the point of those still existing? I mentioned Godot. I also mentioned that I actually like Godot's previous design because I like the colors significantly more. Even though I do like the visor thing was cool, even though it seemed nonsensical. But it still added something to his character, so. Who's Desiree? Fuck Furio T. That... God. Yeah, Desiree is fantastic, though. They're just such a cute couple. They are my favorite ship in this entire game. I love them so much. Luke Atme is the Penguin in anime form, though. And I hate the Penguin's design. I fucking hate the way Luke Atme looks. Everything about Luke Atme... Not that he's not a good character. I think he serves his purpose well. But, man, he is hard to look at. He is quite difficult to look at. Maybe I should start giving credits after every drop as a reward for staying. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't really a big fan of his cowboy design. I like cowboy designs, but I didn't like his design. Bikini just has like a nun outfit. There isn't really anything interesting about it. Just like, what's her face? Iris? She's like, it's a very bland design, but it's done purposefully. Like, that's how the design's supposed to be, right? It's not that it's wrong, it's just not super interesting. Misty? I honestly don't even remember what Misty's design was like. And now I'm upset because I don't even remember what Misty Faye's design. I would say I like Mia's design, except there is no fucking way someone would go to court dressed like that. An attorney would go to court dressed like that. No way. The vest is much more likely than what she was wearing. I don't like any of the mediums designs, really. Maya or Pearl. Or the aunt.
I forgot his name too. I remember who it is from Rise from the Ashes. Oh, that's good. That's good, Amiro. That's the one we can use. I can just use that to replace Paimon. Oh my god, I forgot what a fucking Black Mage Misty looked like. Jeez. I mean, it's not replacing Paimon in Discord, just on YouTube. Because Paimon's gonna be on Twitch, so it's not going away. Just not on YouTube anymore. Jake Marshall, yeah. Alright, let's get back to it. This fucking ridiculousness.
Yeah, the climax is really awesome. Steel Samurai, sushi slice. I got the chills down my spine when he pulled that move out.
I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television.
I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny.
Yeah, no shit. Herlock Sholmes.
I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building.
Oh, that is...
Is that? That does seem
Really weird, but I wonder if that's actually out of the ordinary. In theory, it seems weird, but does it actually happen more in actual practice than I think it does? Yeah, if I remember correctly, when you look up like real lawyer, blah blah blah, one of the first videos that BuzzFeed video, and I think that's one of the first comments that she makes on that video is like, "Okay, Miss Boob Thing." Like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way she's getting away with that in court. Unless the judge is like a perv and he's like, yes, I quite enjoy when she is in my courtroom.
See, I would think so, but I don't really know.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm sure there is a specific reason. At first, I thought you guys were talking about Mia's outfit. I'm like, I'm sure there's a specific reason in-game why they're doing it that way. I'm just curious as to how often that actually happens. Because I don't know. I honestly don't know. It doesn't seem like it would happen very often, but maybe it happens more often than I think. It's not a criticism. I'm just curious.
Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries.
So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast. Right?
Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well.
That flag is dog shit. Yeah, so the AA judge. Even, yeah, and his brother. Oh, hey, those were nice double D's. I mean, how's it going, Miss Faye? Yes. I thought I commented on that. Like, Dahlia specifically was meant to... They were both meant to deceive you. And I'm like... Because I think I mentioned that when I thought, like, okay, it's either not Dahlia. In some way, it's not Dahlia. Either she has, like, amnesia, or it's a different person entirely. Because now she's actually... Like, that is actually one of the reasons I thought she was probably going to be good. But the game did a good job of throwing me off until closer to the end.
Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into?
Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Kay. I'm so very sorry. Nope, not much into the Nickel Samurai. Loves the Jammin' Ninja, though. She likes the underdogs.
Do you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja.
That flag is also dog shit. What the fuck?
What's with these terrible color schemes? The Republic of Babel is Babal. I think it's Babal. Babal. The Republic of Babal is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. You totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end.
You can just say but. It's a lot more concise, and anyways. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja.
So anyway, about today's event, what's it called again?
Yeah, she wants to be the ninja that wears bright red and carries around a sound device. Because we all know that ninjas want to announce their presence, right? The Republic of Bible. Well, yeah, it's better than some IRL flags, but that's because those flags are dog shit too. Go check out my tier list for flags. That's the very first tier list we ever did in our tier list streams. But I just wanted like a test, and there were a lot of flags. I'm like, oh, this is a bad test. The Kingdom of Alabas versus the Republic of Babal, Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabas and the Republic of Babal. Just say Alabas and Babal, okay? Just fucking... These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Cadopia.
Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two. Those signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Cadopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Cadopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. What can it all mean? Is this supposed to be like a reference to
Czechoslovakia?
She does want to be Carmen. Yeah, Carmen Sandiego. Even Carmen Sandiego didn't bring a guitar around with her, though. Edgeworth is the kind of guy to include his state when delivery guy asks for his address. Or like, so for us, when we're picking up like prescription medication, they always ask to confirm the address. But most 99.9% people just say the street. They say, okay. This dude is like 123 Fake Street, New York, New York. 69013. Like, yeah, I can tell it's New York. You don't have to say that. Okay. Just want to make it crystal clear.
Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something.
Oh, excuse me. What were we talking about again? You just bore me so much.
If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we're talking about the Alabas versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee.
Thank you, Kay. Good lord.
Two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly, they've been
Whoa. 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 Okay, that was weird. That was weird. I had this like overwhelming sense of deja vu and then got really dizzy. This exact line, and I had the exact same thought when I see supposedly. I think of Johnny Cochran in South Park. Ladies and gentlemen of the supposed jury. And these colors, it all. I'm 100% sure I've never played this game. A Christmas party? God, I hope not. That's way too much yellow. I know it's specific. That's what I think threw my mind off for a second. Because a lot of times when you have deja vu, it's more vague, right? Like, you might catch a little bit of something, you're like, oh, that seems familiar somehow. But this was very specific. But supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. You know, ever since their economies went to shit because they broke up and they were like, wow, this is a really fucking stupid idea. Maybe we shouldn't be so damn petty. If that's the case, then why the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Prima Duck's statue. What? Prima Duck statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Yeah, it sounds like they're making up really well. Hey, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. Actually, can you help yourself? I'm not aware that you've ever stole anything. You claim to be a thief, but you had better be saying that in jest. I can read your language, your body language, you know. You've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. Huh, I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Gold isn't that bad, because gold's less bright. Like, if this were gold, I'd have much less of a problem with it. Pre-traumatic stress disorder. You're onto something there. I mean, there's a lot of red, but I quite enjoy red. So even though it is a lot, and objectively speaking, it probably looks horrible, I personally don't mind it. Nothing new at all. Alright, I can probably lift the slow chat thing off now, right? Troll's been sitting here waiting. Thanks for the watch time, guys. It's interesting that it looks like class rep gets around the slow mode. I'm not sure why. That's weird. Keep it on permanently? I don't really want to restrict people like that. We'll see. If it happens again, then we'll talk about it. Oh, mods get around it. Okay. I just know it would inconvenience me in someone else's chat.
'Cause I can talk very fast. Well, if it happens again, then I'll just put it on again. We'll see. I don't really want to put it on until I need to put it on. We'll see. How disappointing. Yeah, we had some. That was the biggest influx of bots we've had. It was interesting, and that was the first time I learned that slow mode was a thing, and that helped curtail. Yeah, you guys are rolling like dog shit. Good lord. I mean, it was fun. We called it a zombie horde, and all the mods had their mouse guns ready to blow the heads off of all the troll zombies. I think Class Rep's the one who's being really passive aggressive right now. She is not pleased with you guys, and I do not know why. Oh. Well, if that's not a fucking sign, I don't know what is.
Yo, like so totally, that show was fantastic.
You're a reporter. I don't care. Apparently, I must care. Oh. You know what's interesting? I don't even dislike her character. I don't. I think she's a solidly middle tier character. I don't want to keep seeing her though. She's not good enough to be bringing back like that. If you're not A tier, you should not be brought back that often. A tier or above. A tier or above are the people that deserve recurring roles, unless you're going to actually give them character growth, which she does not have. As I can tell by the fact that she's still doing what she always does. Well, that actually happened after this did. So look at this shit. What the fuck? Who acts like this? Nobody. Because I'm not sure you can get more sus than that. Where in tarnation are they? Come on, big scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Ugh. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. How does she not remember who he is? Yet my instincts are directing me to not engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. Thank God. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently. So the studio is being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
Oh, the monkey? You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Never underestimate my powers of recollection. Oh, God.
I'm gonna say that to my wife the next time we talk about our respective memories, because mine's really good and hers is really bad. I'm curious just how hard I will be hit. Struck, if you will. It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of The Steel Samurai.
Go, keep on fighting until your last breath. Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai.
Sure.
Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. You woman, stop your reporting right now and talk to me.
And we're here reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say.
Well,
Okay, that was good. Let's do one more run through.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, that was good. Let's do one more run through. Excuse me, but when you are ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sensed that she didn't hear a single word I just said.
I tried to give her. That's a throwback to probably something none of you would remember. In Persona 5, there was that show that you could buy stuff from. And that's the voice I gave to the co-host.
What did she used to say all the time? Oh, they're just flying off the shelves
Or something like that.
That's a mighty green suit. This is the perfect angle. Go, my image, travel across the wave. Go, my image, travel across the wave world into every TV set around the globe. More honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better.
You know, I've seen a lot of these shows, but today's show is like they went for a completely different comedy, you know what I mean? Yeah, that last movie, like Sushi Slice, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? The Pink Princess movements are really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear I heard, oh, I know, I totally thought that too, but the Pink Princess has a bad hip. Seriously? Just what were they thinking, you know?
I suppose there is no graceful way to enter this conversation.
10 more minutes. No, 5 more minutes. Isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this?
It's no use! It's no use! Would someone please just tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance?
Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess it up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face.
Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. You there, extravagantly dressed guard. Is there, I don't know, a guard? Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. It's the Alabastion Embassy now. Unless you have some business with the embassy. As well as I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now.
Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard.
Hey, how'd you know that was my last name? There are pamphlets about the 2 embassies here on this table.
Danganronpa 2 flashbacks. Oh, I did not like that case. That was probably my least favorite case. It's just, that was one that dragged, I feel like it dragged on and on and on. It was hard to look at. I think that was probably the biggest issue. It was hard to look at. I think that made it seem like it was longer than it really was. I mean, that's good for you. I did not find it to be as enjoyable. That lime green, and was it bright pink or was it red? Like whatever it was painful to the eyes. It was an eyesore, like for real. Ugh. Although it was really funny towards the end when they were all like dying of hunger. It's just fucking what's her face? I want to eat you.
Well, sure. I mean, I'm not disagreeing that it had a reason to exist the way that it did, but that doesn't make it any more pleasant to look at. Like, it was very unpleasant to look at. That Sonya, yeah. Sonya Nevermore. And that hurt it, in my opinion, because there are some things where you can make a character annoying, but if they do what they're supposed to do and they give you a very positive impact on the story despite being annoying, then it's good. That's good. They don't have to be likable. They just have to serve their role. When it's just something as basic as this is hard to look at, that becomes a little less okay. Oh, never mind. Should have been Nevermore. But yeah, I did not care for that case. Nekomaru had just came back and then he died right away. Like, what was the fucking point of bringing him back then? Like, was Gundam that like, really? Seriously? Ugh. Yeah, that was probably my least favorite case in the game. It still looks weird to me. The country split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Fucking whoever owns the building is like, you guys signed a lease, and you're both going to be responsible for that lease for the rest of the term. I just never bought into Gundam as much as everybody else did. I don't dislike his character. I do. It's just he beat Nekomaru. Oh, because of the hamsters. Yeah, not buying that one. I know, the hamsters pushed the button. I understand that. It's still ridiculous to me. In that universe, that was still ridiculous to me. And I've shared this building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? Well, there's a thing called a lease. I mean, I guess they could just own the building. I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. Oh, sorry, Miles. I had not realized you did not play it. Yeah, that was fun. I agree. Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton. What is all the hubbub? Ah! Hey, look, it's a Steel Samurai! He's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. Did I miss that earlier? Where's Blacksmith? Blacksmith hasn't been around in months. This is a great time for him to come back and be like, dude, this is the worst game you've ever played on your channel. The Iron Infant. God, my stomach just Ava growled. Eat that pizza when I'm done. I do think this is a bop. Who is the Steel Samurai now? It's not Will, right?
May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai.
Edgeworth's fanboy is showing.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for?
I glare at everyone. Anyways, please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before.
Does that say to Edgeworth? Looks like he's written something down for you.
To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. What the fuck?
Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you.
We'll proceed to the Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador for our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world.
He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he?
Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera.
In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babao. He's set to meet with the ambassador of Babao at that time. The Jammin' Ninja show is about to start. We've got to get back to our seats.
Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas.
Oh, that show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. We even miss a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome play, I'll never forgive you.
I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay?
Wow, they're in such sync. They're walking in sync. Yo! Wasn't your last stream? That was pretty interesting. Judge probably wasn't a lawyer before a judge. Japan lets you be one without much of any trial law experience, if I remember correctly, which explains a lot. It does explain a lot. That absolutely would explain a ton. Hey, thank you for the $10. Infernal Disdain, much appreciated. Hashtag Donald Hype! Or hashtag Infernal Disdain. Welcome to stream.
I could listen to that A Ninja's Marked for Death's Lullaby song all day.
What's a ninja marked for Death's Lullaby?
His bird playing in that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there, I've got to have them. I'm gonna steal them. Yeah, I'm gonna steal them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misola wears in her hair.
Anyway,
hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
You're thinking of going home, aren't you?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank, bro.
No way, I just know the Yatagarasu will show.
But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards.
Yeah, I did, but...
I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase.
But that card she sent was that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card.
A genuine fake?
Oh, how can I word this?
Yeah, genuine fake, that's kind of an oxymoron.
The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now?
We've got a problem.
No, that's the bailiff. Oh, we got a problem. The Yatagarasu has been spotted in Alabast.
What?
You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony. Hey, what gives?
What the fuck? She's gonna. Oh yeah, there's a thief in here. Go on, go crazy. Go ahead. I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter.
What the? Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight through without one.
Yeah, she doesn't understand the idea behind celebrity privilege, does she?
If you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape.
Hey, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country,
Mr. Edgeworth! I'm going to enter through Babal and climb over to the hall to Alabast. Yeah, announce that to the guard, with the guard right there. Just announce it publicly. Yeah,
that's good, that'll do you. You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another... Okay, are you listening to me?
Okay, Faraday, and I'm coming through!
Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her, anyone. Oh, the other place just let her through? Hey, what's up? Come on in. Oh, God. I really need to start the cardio again. Oh. Okay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Ah! Fire! This is too big for us to handle! Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babal too. You, cursed Yatagarasu. Okay, you'd better be alright, wherever you are. Oh, here we go.
I told you it wasn't me!
Hold it!
There's no fucking way that she had the opportunity and time to burn that much of the building after running out of our sight. That alone exonerates her. Impossible. Yeah, I don't know why they did that too. It's just, and they like revealed super early on that it wasn't really what we thought. Like, okay. Oh God, damn! I need really that cardio. Oh. Okay, are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Now, can you do something about this woman?
Mr. Edgeworth, Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this.
Oh! Okay, never mind. That's a little different from the fire. Just a little bit.
Isn't that Cochin?
It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here. Hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage.
A suspicious person?
A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them in the embassy, into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight. But I just know that person is the one who did it.
I have a theory. I don't want any confirmation or denial. She's been really weird. She's been really weird. These also look familiar. I wonder what were to happen if we were to remove that wig and those sunglasses.
This design has to mean something.
Although,
There is one big difference. She doesn't have freckles on her face. So that could be indicative that it's not you. I forgot that you had freckles. But I guess we'll see. I guess it could, in theory, be covered up with makeup. Oh my god, she actually has a voice now.
What are you so worked up over? There is no reason for you to be this loud.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but your Agent Long's security, I mean, Secretary of Security, gave you too much credit. Sheena, I believe your name is correct. And if you're making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? Oh, shit.
well, okay. Just shit on my theory immediately.
Oh, her eyes are pretty. I guess she could have contacts, but yeah, that definitely looks like a different person. That is not the same person. What comments? I haven't read on any comments in like 5 minutes. I like her design too.
I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority.
Hey pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. I don't think that's true. Unfortunately, detective embassies are a different matter. Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Good X-Files reference. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir!
Please leave this matter to Interpol's hands and in Interpol's hands and go home.
Hey, you calm your fucking nerves, Rei Ayanami. We're gonna have an actual conversation here. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth! In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Slap! Wait, whip! Ah! Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation.
It's really nothing. Maddie was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it here so quickly.
Francisca. Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct. Already? What is it? Shut up! Ambassador Paleno.
And you are?
I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno.
Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth.
What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, detective?
I don't become Francisca's assistant. I can't participate in this investigation.
There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face.
Francisca, please.
I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you should you have a brain lapse.
Of course, I'll keep that in mind.
If you are done playing games.
Right, let's begin the investigation. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here?
Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Babylese embassy today.
And where are our police guarding an embassy?
Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years. It's a bit more or less mutually a beneficial arrangement, if you ask me, except it didn't mutually benefit anybody.
Except for how mutually unbeneficial this is.
Oh, I'm good. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty good.
Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again.
Ah!
Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands.
But sir, if my salary gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even packet noodles anymore.
Go get a different job. Go get a different fucking job. Let them go fuck themselves.
So it's fun that they're going to flip up Edgeworth and Francisco's role after the last case that we did. Yeah, that was Mulder's like signature line, right? The truth is out there. Scully, the truth is out there. I can't do it, David Duchovny. Yeah, he should be our secretary. Also, hey, Peter. But yeah, we're at about 5 hours exactly, a little bit over. It's not exactly at all. It's about 30 seconds past 5. So we will be calling it there, as I have some stuff to do before I go to sleep. I will be back tomorrow with a stream of some sort. The next Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth stream will be this Saturday. Same time, same place. Friday is going to be member stream, so we'll be doing our fun variety hour. I'd spend a little more time on Jackbox this time, just because we haven't spent a ton of time on Jackbox recently. But I don't know, we'll see. The other games are really Telephone Game and What the Dub are all, though they're really fun. So I don't know, we'll see. See how the mood strikes me. Gumshoe's good at everything except being a detective. As a detective, you're not wrong. He's a pretty solid dude in general. Just sucks at his job. Okay, we haven't raided in a little bit. I kind of want to raid Final, because Final's been raiding me a lot recently. Let's go raid Final. Final's playing Final Fantasy 14. Go say hi. Dice Command should need points. Do they? Maybe I just left it at default, assuming it wasn't going to eat points, and it does. No, yeah, it doesn't. They don't cost anything. They're all 0. I always do that. Alright, gave end of stream credits. Yeah, let's go say hi to Final. And that'll be it for me then. Hope you guys are able to join me on the raid. I will see you guys later. So until next time, take it easy.
You know what? You play this.
Okay.
A fucking buzzkill. So crack laps.
That's not the answer, KY.
Yes! Yes!
That's not the
I was
answer.
looking for oil.
No, it's not.
Well, you were wrong.
But this dude, water pass, pay the toll. Wait, do a Danny DeVito because Troll Toll made me
You want to pass? Pay the toll. Just tip us your kill and be on your way.
It's pretty good.
And those swords won't be helping you here unless you wish to pay the toll in blood.
That's really good.
Oh my god, please come back. Please come back.
Do you flash that cat? That caused the head tick they're all on about. Bounty on his head so high, we're like to need a ladder to reach the top. Why stop with the goat they have on them? Nib the head on his shoulders and we'll have drink and what? Warts and nothing for months.
His clock is the one for the bills, and no mistake. He must pay the troll toll. I'm not much for head knocking, but skill is skill. Mill 'em, lads.
That's a really good Danny DeVito.
Those could be anywhere.
Well, this could be anywhere.
Yeah, it could.
Wow.
He died.
Oh, fuck, dude.
And on this day, Harry Potter succumbed to
Time
injuries.
paradox. He jumped
from
off a cliff like a
falling
dumbass.
off a cliff.
You just... I didn't know.
Did you like, oh, this won't happen. Games don't let you do that anymore. They won't just let you fall to your death.
I didn't think it was that far.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't think it was that far either. I figured maybe you'd like sprain an ankle and do a tuck and roll, but
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. From this perspective, it doesn't really look.
Just left to his death.
where's your broom at, dude?
Has
Where's your
anybody,
broom at?
has
You
anybody
haven't
seen
looked-
Harry? Oh, he was gonna go look for some ingredients. Oh my god!